And that was the end of the music. Let me get that taken care of. He's just off screen, just barely. But he's totally making a ruckus since I'm over here. So, we're here again. Complete with me, myself, and I. Because no one else has joined the chat yet, so. What you gonna do? Personally, I have no fucking clue what I'm gonna do. I am here, I am yapping, mostly at myself right now. Oh no, we're not quite at that juncture of wanting to show off the stuff that I want to show off today. And my mouth is refusing to move when I speak again. It's very annoying. I don't know why it does that. It's like certain actions with this hand specifically makes it to where my mouth doesn't move when I talk. And I don't understand it. Not at all. Not in the slightest. I don't know, maybe it's me. Oh, wait, there it goes again. I know I'm talking. I know it's being picked up. But my mouth isn't moving.
Hello, nurse.
Hello? Person that Blurp didn't tell me who did the thing for. Maybe Streamlabs. Oh, Ice! Hello! I really wish Blurp would tell me who does those, sound redeems. Makes it very hard for me to, like, respond appropriately when I don't know who does what sometimes, you know? Very annoying. And I am very hot right now. Temperature-wise. I know that I'm hot any other time. I mean, look at me. But temperature-wise, I'm very hot right now. And I kind of hate it. I should, like, probably open a window or something. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm totally gonna do that. I will be right back. Just... I'm just going to... Oh my goodness. Hang on. One of my... Okay. I am more or less facing the docking area. I need to adjust myself. One of my legs fucked up when I walked over to open that window. Hang on. I will be back with you in just a moment. Oh my word, it is actually fully not detecting that particular sensor right now. Shit, that's a problem. Well, at least my ankle doesn't look fucked up right now, so, you know, I'll take what I can get. I will take what I can get from this. I can lift one leg, but I can't lift the other. Like, look at this. I can lift this leg just fine. Now I'm gonna lift the other one. Nothing. That sensor fucked up, man. It fucked up big time. Also, my fucking god, 82 degrees. I don't even. Well, mine says it's only 52 where I am, but I also, like, live in Washington, so if it gets to be over, like, 40, I melt. But yeah, sensor died. I'm gonna take what I can get though, since the rest of it's working still, so awesome. Take what you can get. It's not like anyone's really gonna be paying attention to my legs right now anyway. I mean, oh my god. I don't even want to think about that. I don't even want to think about that. I am going to be so fucking miserable when things get to the 70s where I am. They get to 90, that's it. I'm going to be dead. I'm going to be dead. That'll be the end of me. It's my greatest weakness. Uncomfortable weather. All of my potential slasher victims. They will be perfectly safe for me. All they have to do is live in, like, fucking Arizona, and I'll never touch them. That's how it's gonna go. The scary slasher killer's coming to get us. What are we gonna do? Let's move to Arizona. They won't get us there. And I'll just be standing there watching them drive off in their moving trucks like... They went to Arizona. It's not that I can't follow them there, but I fucking won't. 'Cause it's Arizona. That makes two of us, Ice. Under no circumstances could I ever see myself going to Arizona for any reason whatsoever. I just... No. No, thank you. No, Arizona. And don't even get me started on Texas. Oh my god. No Texas either. They're both horrible. They're both hot and horrible, and I don't want to go there. Maybe California, if it's Northern California. Further down than that? No. Absolutely not. No fucking way will it ever happen. It won't. Not gonna do it. I won't do it. Ever. One second. Okay, I'm back. I had to refresh my oral fixation. It's I've mentioned it in passing before, but I generally keep a toothpick in my mouth due to certain tics that I have. I have a tendency to snap my jaws together. Just like I can't even really control it. I just do it. And that's not good for the teeth or the jaws. But I keep a toothpick in my mouth. That stops me from snapping my jaws together. Interestingly enough. And chewing on a toothpick throughout the day, eventually you're gonna wear that fucker down. And it's not very comfortable holding a chewed toothpick in your mouth. So every once in a while I need to just toss what I have and get a new one. I literally have like 4 boxes of toothpicks behind me right now. In the space that is not the virtual space before me. But that's my tits. What the hell? Why did it? I don't know why it did that. I was just trying to... Fuck. God damn it. Hang on. Hang on. Can I lift my leg yet? No? Okay. Fine. Be that way. So many things that I'm just triggering right now without meaning to. The door off screen, somehow I'm making the camera zoom in on my tits. Just one of those days, I guess. I don't know. Which, thinking about it, I'm a little... Let me... That's better. My head was being cut off a little bit from the camera. I needed to fix that. Ah. But anyway, now that I'm not getting distracted by random things triggering while I'm gesticulating all over the goddamn place, I kind of feel you on that. I mean, preferably I wouldn't move to either Arizona or California. If I had to make a choice, though, I'd probably take California. If only because I know California has some areas that, weather-wise, I would call bearable. I'd be like one of the hicks that live up in the mountains if I lived in California. And people would be talking about crazy old Morticia that lives up in the mountains. She's that crazy old bitch that if you go and bother her at her cabin, you never come back. No one ever sees you again or hears from you. You just vanish. So no one ever goes to visit crazy old Morticia up in the mountains. Because that'll be the end of you. You are right. You are definitely not wrong with that. However, Arizona also has hellaciously hot weather, and I don't like that. I don't want to live in a place that has hellaciously hot weather. I have heard, cannot confirm, but I have heard that during the summertime it gets so unbearably hot in Arizona that if you stand on some tarmac long enough, it'll actually make your shoes melt to the tarmac. And the only way you'd be able to get off at that point is if you took your shoes off your feet and just started running. Because at that point it would just start burning the bottom of your feet off. Because the tarmac's just that hot. I don't want that. I don't want to live in a place like that. And I frankly don't understand why anyone would want to live in a place like that. It boggles the mind. But that's me. That's me and my opinion as one dumb bitch. Well, yes, but as I said, you go up to the more northern regions of California, the weather's much bearable, much more bearable. I mean, the wildfires are definitely still a thing. Yes, there are likely still earthquakes up in the northern parts of California, but you don't have hellaciously hot weather at that point. I would consider that a potentially worthwhile trade-off. Not being stuck to the ground because the ground has become so hot it's cooking your shoes, in exchange for having to potentially deal with wildfires stretching out to where I live. But as I said, that's just the opinion of a stupid bitch. And quite frankly, I kind of like where I am, for the most part. Well, yes, California is also stupid expensive, but I live in Washington, which is also stupid expensive, so I'd be used to that. I sometimes really wish Washington wasn't stupid expensive. I really do. But it is. Yet somehow I am able to carry on and persevere. Somehow. Plus, the weather here is way more bearable than anything in California or Arizona combined. Like, I might not like the weather that we have right this second, but for most of the year, the hottest it'll ever get is like maybe 40. I can do 40. I can do 40 just fine. In fact, things like they are currently, as long as there's a good breeze going, I could handle what we have going right now, too. If there's a breeze. Or like when the air gets more stagnant during the summer and things get hot and humid, that's the time where I'm dead. That's the point during the year where I just die. And I can't do that. I just can't. I have tried, even on a streaming scale, I have tried to get on here and do things during that time of year. And I'm sure if you've been following my socials for the past year, you know how many times I've gone, no stream today, I'm dead. Oh my god. 100 with 100% giving. Where the fuck do you live that you have that? I have never heard of that. Where are you that that's a thing? Also, fair enough. But the people that do follow my socials, they have no doubt seen before me just going, no stream, I'm dead. Eastern US. We're talking like just barely away from the coastline then. Where like you're far enough away from the ocean breeze that rather than it being like cool air, you're at the point where it's come in far enough that it's actually warmed up, right? That's what we're saying. That's what's going on. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'm just taking a stab at the general area at this point. Because Eastern US tells me quite a bit, at least on the weather situation, of how things would most likely work for you. But I'm guessing that that's what you're doing. Or not what you're doing, but that's what the weather is doing for you during those periods. Well, hello, Corvid. Right now, we're just chatting and killing time to see if more people show up. You would be person number 2. Welcome. Speaking of which, I need a drink of water in the worst way. One moment. Without actually turning my feed off again, I think I am... No, that's not... So... My desk is somewhere over here. Oh! Ah! Oh! There it is. Found it. I swear this must be what it's like to be blind. A lot of storms, huh? Oh, dude, I actually kind of like the profile that the camera has going with me right now. I didn't even realize the camera was right here. I was so busy groping around for my drink. I didn't realize just how close I was to the cat. This is kind of a nice profile. I'm gonna hold this profile for a couple seconds. Specifically so I can make a wallpaper out of this later. Cool. Yes, actually I have. I lost track of it to such a degree that I knocked it over onto my desk before, which is why I've switched to an actual water bottle, so if I ever do that again, I don't make a mess. I don't need to destroy my equipment because I spilled my water. And I'm also kind of inland myself, just a smidgen ice. But like Washington's such a weird place with how it is geographically. I can just say that I'm in the greater Seattle area and literally no one would know exactly where I am even by saying that. Cuz it's like I don't know how familiar you guys are with how the whole border situation works in Washington, but starting at Seattle specifically, every single town and city around Seattle, as well as Seattle itself, have expanded their borders out so far that they actually intersect with each other. And it has effectively turned the entire thing into one giant megapolis. So everyone here just calls that particular part of Washington the greater Seattle area. So, you have Seattle itself, and then everything around it is technically Seattle. And from what I understand about LA, LA is still just exclusively its own thing. It just has spread its borders out really fucking far. Seattle, everyone just kind of went, okay, we'll just say that all this other stuff is technically Seattle, and just roll with it. That's what we're gonna do. See, now that's where the fun part comes in. For the most part, people up in Washington don't concern themselves with that. That's like, okay, I have no idea if I'm actually in Seattle proper, but I know I'm somewhere nearby, so I'm just gonna say I'm in the greater Seattle area. No biggie. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Boom, bam, boom. I forgot what I was gonna say. My brain has left me. It has left me. And now I don't know what to say. I mean, we've been doing this for a good 40 minutes now. I guess I might as well get into the pre-game preamble at this point. You know, another 20 minutes. We'll have been here for a full hour. So why the fuck not? Mad Max. You're all familiar with Mad Max, yes? Yeah? Huh? Huh? Mad Max, the Road Warrior, went into Thunderdome, journeyed Fury Road, ice, darling, sweetheart, we have got to get you watching some movies. Okay, so you've at least heard the name. That's good. That's a start. So, imagine, if you will, a post-apocalyptic world. You know what, that's fair. I'm not really big on novels myself, so... But I am trying to read House of Leaves. So that's a thing. I'm not normally big on novels, but I'm trying to read that one. I'm trying. I'm trying. But anyway, imagine, if you will, a post-apocalyptic world where everything is blasted to shit. The people that are still alive have scrounged up what metal and scrap and parts they could to build new war machines in the form of their own custom cars that they use to rove the wastelands, oppress the weak, raid the strong, and fight for their own survival. I have a game that I like to play from time to time when I'm not doing anything that follows a theme very similar to that. But there is a catch to how this particular post-apocalyptic world came to be. Nothing was blasted to shit like it is in Mad Max. This setting, the world was hit with a super virus that killed a large percentage of the Don't mind me, I'm getting tongue-tied. Virus killed a large percentage of the population. For everyone else that survived, they mutated into super geniuses that figured out how to take what was left in the world, what meager resources were left, and transform them into their own custom combat vehicles. Like the motherfucker that went speeding past in my living space just now. I don't know if any of you heard it, but holy fuck, that guy needs to get a muffler for his car. I swear to God. Totally needs to get a muffler for his car. But anyway, these super geniuses, on top of building their own highly mobile battle cars, have also, in recent years, figured out how to bring back helicopters and how to make mechs. Fucking mechs. I don't know about you guys, but I fucking love mechs. Mechs are so fucking cool. Like, normally horror and fighting games are my thing on this stream, but mechs. Mechs. Yes! Giant robots are always awesome, and you can build them in this game. This game that I am going to show you all today, like right about now. I mean, Doom Dark Age is a thing. Though I've been hearing a lot of mixed opinions concerning how good that particular iteration of Doom is. But anyway, let's get on with this. I'm about to show you all Okay. I really don't understand the logistics behind my face sometimes. I really don't. But I'm about to show you all a little something that I like to play that you've actually asked me about before, Corvid, so you'll get to see it today. This is Crossout. Let's get into it. I'll see you all there. Whee! I really like that little splash image that I set up for it. Hang on. Still turning things off here. Okay. sure everything is set up the way it needs to be. Good, 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 good. We have... Okay, alright. Everything should be good, and here I am. We are just about ready to get this candle lit here. Ugh. Why is my... Oh. Oh, okay. The mic volume that I have is weirdly low. You all can hear me clearly, yeah? I am loud and clear for everyone? As my readouts are saying that my input is not good. No, I don't want to troubleshoot it. Okay. Alright, okay. The hottest slasher maniac? Oh, that is a tough question. Also, it looks like my microphone is working at the volume it needs to be working now, so we are good to go on that front. But hottest slasher maniac. Ooh, that is a tough one. I think that I am going to say the Candyman is the hottest. The original Candyman, not the reboot. That guy, he had a jawline, let me tell you. Hot damn. Oh yeah. And that voice of his, oh my god. It's like you had the devil rizzing you up the entire time. Oh yeah, I suppose he is, isn't he? Alright, it looks like we are good to go here, so we are going to get the launcher set up and ready. We're going to be doing something a little less horror related today, but still something that I personally enjoy doing from time to time, and I thought I'd share it with everyone today. And I actually remembered to update the stream status as well to reflect what it is we're about to do. Go me! You know, it sort of does, doesn't it? But no, we are playing Crossout today is what we're going to be doing. As soon as the game launches, it's still loading. It doesn't take the launcher very long to get itself ready for me to hit the big launch button on it. But, the game itself takes a moment. I don't know why, but it does. It takes a very long moment. I don't know about every YouTuber. What was it? Was it advertised by them? 1819. No, I think that was War Thunder you're thinking of. I don't remember ever seeing YouTubers advertising Crossout. Streaming it, sure. But not actually advertising. You know, that checks. It is a very popular game in the Slavic regions. Also, speaking of which, the game is ready. So we need to get our shit together here. There we go. Here we are. Welcome to Crossout and my really big, scary Leviathan mech. Oh, there we go. I was wondering how long it was going to take to do that. You know, it's funny, but it does sort of look like a mobile game, doesn't it? And there is a mobile version of this, but ironically enough, the actual PC desktop version came before the mobile version. But this is also the big reason for why I put the tagline of "What if Mad Max had a mech?" Because mechs are things that you can build in this. Case in point, my lovely little spider tank that I got here. Also, speaking of the Slavic YouTubers, I am repping Papa Boris. I know, but as far as the shops and other things go on this, it's actually not as bad as something like Overwatch. Like, for instance, the Battle Pass, which is this right here, I've actually gone through quite a bit of it already. You do still have to divvy out some cash to actually unlock the Battle Pass. But like with any Battle Pass, it's got its free shit on it that you'll get even if you don't unlock the pass. There is a fair bit of stuff on here that I wanted to get this time though, so I went for it. Normally, hang on, let me go to the shop here. Where were the passes? I think it was under premium and season. Yeah, normally it would be, for just unlocking the Battle Pass, it'd be like $10 American, as you can clearly see. I went for the Elite Pass that gave me an extra 15 levels on my tiers, and that was like, I think 15, 20, somewhere around that ballpark for getting the extra levels on it. And of course, you get first crack at a bunch of new parts and weapons and components that you can use in building your vehicles, as evidenced here in the tiers. And speaking of the tiers, the objectives for continuing the Battle Pass have refreshed themselves. Yeah, it feels a lot more optional, in my opinion, on Crossout than it does with other games, though. Because I went to the wrong thing. All this stuff isn't really that critical to playing well in the game. And most of the parts and components that you can get, you can either build through the workbench options, which obviously that's going to take a while, but gives you something to do. Or you can go here to the market. No, it isn't just skins. You actually get new weapons and components. Like, let me pull up one of my mechs here. Do I even have one that's using the new parts? Well, I guess my big boy does, doesn't he? Well, not the newest, but he does have parts that came from a couple battle passes. So, like, this cannon on the top and this big one up front here, those are actual, honest-to-God weapons that are their own categories, that function in their own specific ways. They aren't just skins for random cannon number 3 or whatever. Like if I pull the weapons up here in the marketplace, you got your standard crossbow, high tier plasma gun, a turret mounted flamethrower, a launcher that shoots exploding barrels, whatever you call this thing, but it's a fucking abomination and horrendous in terms of damage. This is one of the newer weapons. This one I never was able to get my hands on. I think I missed the tiers for this one, the battle pass that this came in. If it even came in a battle pass, I don't remember. But you know, that there is a shit ton of weapons that are in their own ways unique to the other guns. Or if I pull up my storage here, none of these are skins. These are all weapons that I've either built or bought, and in some cases modified. I have a lot of weapons. Most of these I have not used in any of my designs, but I have them. And at some point I intend to make use of them in some way or another. Speaking of which, I was actually in the process of building one of these, but I still need more parts for it. Like right now, I'm trying to build an Aurora, which is one of the components that goes into making what's called a spark. And I still need to get some scrap parts to build an Aurora. My big boy is still off on their mission. So why don't we... I don't know, I have a few different mechs here that I can pull up. Well, technically there is a Steam market, but that's for like unique currency that almost no one uses anyway. Because that's one of the things I actually like with Crossout, is the market right here is distinct from the shop. Markets where you can buy weapons, components, and actual cosmetic skins and paints for your machines. And that is done through the use of coins, which is this currency right here. You can get coins by just building components and selling them on the marketplace. And then when you have enough, you can buy whatever it is you were saving up for. I haven't really bothered buying anything as of late, so I have a lot of coins. I should maybe consider buying something. Tailfin. Ooh. Get a couple of these, you could make a really fancy looking car. But yeah, that's part of why there isn't like a notable marketplace section for Crossout on Steam. Because most of it is done through the marketplace and the odd pack purchase that they will present to people should they decide they want to buy something that gives them a bunch of special items for just a quick cash out, you know? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Only instead of hats, mostly, you're buying and selling components that you actually build in-game, rather than things that you find through random happenstance and the occasional loot crate that you open with keys that you also find through random happenstance. So I have a lot of objectives here that are calling for automatic guns and rockets to be used in missions. So I am going to bring up my Libyan here that I have yet to actually give a proper paint job to. And we're going to launch ourselves into a game. You know, I've gone on quite a bit so far with the general workings of the hub area here. Gotta show off how the game plays, you know? Also, you know, that's fair, come to think of it. You're not wrong. But yeah, this works kind of similarly to TF2, and that's part of what I like about it. It doesn't feel predatory the way some other games with this kind of format do. Also, hello Obake, you are just in time for the eventual launch into a combat mission. Using my craptastical mech here that I built myself. Here we go. So these modes basically work like a team deathmatch. This one especially. The whole point is to destroy the members on the other team as frequently as you can. And destroying them will drop capsules that you have to pick up to get points for your team. And whoever gets to 15 points first wins the match. Bruh. And I exploded. And this is all kind of vehicular combined arms stuffy. There is, though it's more so through a gun scope than like an actual cockpit. You usually use the first person for like sniping. This particular mech I haven't really built for that. But I could totally be in first person right now if I wanted to. Ah! Spider-Mech, Spider-Mech. Well, you know, funny thing is, same company. Gaijin Games is who made Crossout. It really does, doesn't it?
He is falling apart.
And I wasn't really that big on World of Tanks or War Thunder or... The fuck was the other one? World of Warships, I think, was the other one? But Crossout. Love me some Crossout. Also gonna take a moment here and just scoot myself over a smidgen. Cause I was covering my radar on that one. I want y'all to be able to see the radar. And we got a bit of progress going there, okay. Also, something else I like with this, while we're waiting for another mission launch, is we have our own little sandbox area that we can also customize and use as a testing ground for any machines that you build. And I can just roam around on here. Anyone that's on your friends list, a bot of them will sometimes spawn and roam around and you can interact with them. Speaking of, there is one now. Scoof? That's a term I've never heard.
There's a whole bunch of them around here. Where are you going without propellers?
It's a local thing, more funny now, because we got memes back in 24 where alt girls or both girls, data girl schools also played similar games. Well, I'm just gonna have to look that up then and see if I get the joke. That'll be maybe a post-stream activity for me.
Took the bastard down. Great job.
Oh, why does that guy have to have cracked out miniguns?
Where are you going without propellers? One of ours is down.
Russian visual novel called Alt Girl for Scoof.
Immobilize targets. The best kind.
I will take your word on that. I might look into it. Biggest thing I'm in the process of reading right now would be House of Leaves, though. Maybe when I finally get around to finishing House of Leaves, I'll look into the craptastical meme book. Oh, I died. But my team won! Hooray! Alright, cool. And we just unlocked some tiers on our battle pass even. We are chugging along. So we are good on scrap metal, but I still need wires and copper for this next part. Sure, let's see. Missions, raids, or brawls. Missions, raids, or brawls. Missions or brawls. Missions, brawls, or raids. Okay. I can work with this. Let's see. Let's flip to another one of our mechs here. And launch up the PvE in the game. And just dick around in the testing area while we wait for the mission to launch. One of the things that helps me with this game is the objectives that it provides me that I can pursue, you know? Launching into missions just for the sake of doing them is just... I can't do that for very long. I gotta be doing it for a reason, you know? Man, that guy just did not want to die, did they? Maybe I should have brought a mech that had heavier guns. These guys seem to be a little too heavily armored for the firepower I'm packing right now.
This one was mine.
It would have been even funnier if I didn't have a car jack in this mech. Then I probably would have just fallen flat on my face and been stuck there, waiting for someone to flip me. Oh, I blew up.
One of them has no wheels now.
Hell yeah. That was a squirmy little fucker, weren't they? I mean, they were squirming around all over the place when I was trying to shoot them. So they were squirmy. Oh, I blowed. I blewed up. Best part of Squirmy was when he said it's squirming time and squirmed all over those guys. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! It is squirming time. It is time to squirm all over those guys. Hell yeah! They're gonna learn what happens when squirming time comes. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. Two of our guys decided they were going to just abandon the mission. And their defense objectives were not looking very good. They were looking near death. But I got a decent amount of copper out of that as a payout. So, you know, take the good with the bad. And my tier leveled up more. So I'd say even if it was a defeat, I walked away with a decent payout. And it might sound wrong to you. I sound like a CS player. Well, I can assure you I am not a CS player that always looks for a reason to fail. I am a crossout player that does not seek to be jaded every time I face a loss. Also, while squirmy might sound wrong, you can rest assured it very much was squirmin' time. And I squirmed all over those guys. They were not prepared for how much squirmin' I did on them. Let's see though. Missions are brawls, mission raids are brawls. Mission raids are brawls, okay. And I am still short some copper. Let's see what we got going on here. Still data theft. What about this one? Frontier defense. Well, that should net me enough copper to get what I need. Let's go ahead and switch our mech, though. Need at minimum a 4,000 power score. So not the zombie. Yeah, what the hell? Let's go with the Publisog.
What?
Oh, it's being dumb. Okay. There we go. So with what I was talking about before on the first person here, I actually have a targeting scope on the top of this mech. So if I zoom in to first person, it'll be focused from where that scope is. If I look down, I can see the top of my mech.
Break you down into parts.
This one was mine. This one was mine.
Isn't it though? The sounds that the cannons make in this are fab. I am in someone's line of fire and I need to move. Got him. Whoa, okay. This needs to be dealt with.
Actions speak louder than words.
Alright, we're looking good so far here. Made it through wave 1.
A surprisingly precise shot.
And I did not hit what I was shooting at. That time I sort of did.
A surprisingly precise shot.
Bullseye. This one was mine. I just took one of them down. Oh, sniper shot.
My rating of the horror franchise is Trinity? Are we talking
This one had no chance.
Halloween, Chainsaw, and Friday the 13th? Oh, Halloween, Friday, and Nightmare. Okay. I'm largely meh about it, honestly. I'm not gonna deny the influence that those three have. And I will also admit it's also partly because I haven't really seen them in their entirety.
Surprisingly precise shot.
But you know, it is what it is.
Well done. Keep up the good work.
Actually, come to think of it, a lot of the horror franchises out there I haven't really seen in their entirety either. The only one I've actually seen its entirety is the Chucky series. And that's mostly just because I really like watching Chucky be a complete tool toward people. He is an asshole in the best kind of way. And it's just fun to watch him be an asshole.
Speak louder than words.
I do also kind of like that Freddy's also kind of a smart-ass murderer, the way Chucky is too. But I think it's just the fact that Chucky has Dorif's voice, you know? It adds a little extra something to the character for me. Just that crazed laugh that Chucky has. I love it. Which actually, come to think of it, hot take from me probably, but I actually really liked Jason X. Because that one, Jason X was just fun, you know? Yeah, I see that you agree with me that Jason X was just a fun movie. And you know, the funny thing is, of the Halloween franchise, the only one I've really ever bothered seeing is the original. Which is also hilarious to me in its own way. Just because with all of the people back in the day that were up in arms about how violent and horrific Halloween was as a movie, then you go back and actually watch it by today's standards, it's actually comically tame. That. Bleh, bleh. Tame. It's tame, I say. As I trip over my own words. But yeah, I will never forget the one scene in that movie where they have a close-up shot of Michael just suddenly appearing behind one of the girls inside a car. He takes his knife, and it's supposed to be depicting him slitting her throat. But really, all he does is just shallowly run the blade against her neck, and she goes limp, like she's supposed to be dead. But you don't see any blood. You don't technically see him actually cut her. He just does the motion with the knife, throws her down, and she goes limp, because, oh no, she's been killed. And I was looking at that scene, and the very second it happened, I just started laughing. I also can't help but feel that, the help me step bro, I'm stuck meme in some way or another spawned from the original Halloween. If you know, you know. And I know. And I laugh because of it. Yeah, that does seem kind of needlessly convoluted there. I mean, it'd be all well and good if they stuck with the whole thing of Lori being his long-lost sister. Oh! 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 Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! My hands were not on the keyboard for this. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that at all. What was I saying? Right. It'd be all well and good if they did stick with the whole Lori is his long-lost sister angle. But they could have just made it to where he wants to kill her because he's obsessed with the fact that she's his sister. They didn't need to go the cult route with it, if that's the case. That motherfucker has spears. Holy shit. Okay, mental note. Melee weapons are apparently viable for mechs.
I would have destroyed him myself.
But yeah. Just saying Lori was his long-lost sister would have been enough of a plot twist for the subsequent movies.
Notch on the barrel.
Bro, you're gonna have to look at me if you want to survive this. I mean, that's kind of part of what makes Michael scary, though. Not the fact that you can look at him and perceive him not having a reason to want to kill other than just he wants to kill. He never needed a reason for it. It's just like they said in the original movie. He's just evil. That's all there is to it. Him being evil and wanting to kill because he's evil was enough. Alright, we are looking good. Even if my paper tiger here was being killed constantly. Which, once again, repping Papa Boris on this mech too. I am a fan, if it wasn't obvious already. I mean, you're not wrong, necessarily. But at the same time, he still didn't really need a reason. He could have just been this unstoppable force of evil. You're not getting away from me, buddy. Not even with your sprinting boosters. Oh, but your friend might save you.
That dancer thought he could run from us.
Well, sure, but that's Jason.
There's no turning back now.
They'd already established a backstory with Jason in the first movie by having his mom be the killers to start with. So Jason was effectively just continuing his mother's work because, you know, he's a good little mama's boy.
We lost another one.
Oh, fuck, they are knocking me around now. They do not want me using my flamethrowers.
One of ours is going down. Let's get the next one.
In fact, come to think of it, by that same metric, Chucky also didn't really have a reason to kill. He just liked to kill. He never needed a reason to be a killer, other than he liked doing it. The same could have been had for Michael as well. Ah, perfect. This is also true. Chucky is also definitely more charismatic than Michael was. By that same metric, though, Chucky wasn't necessarily scary. He was just fun. Michael could totally be scary by just being this silent, unstoppable force that kills simply because he can. Like just saying, killing is in his nature, and leaving it at that, and knowing that this guy who can shrug off fucking bullets is somewhere out there and could make you his next target at any time. That would be scary. It's the whole fear of the unknown thing, you know? Well, when you try to slap all the extra context onto him, sure. But like I said, that it's like the whole fear of the unknown thing. The most that you would know about him in that context is he is a killer. You don't know why he's killing. You just know he is. And you know that the people that have tried to stop him have either failed miserably or lived to tell about how he just walked away from whatever they threw at him. That in and of itself is scary. Well, yes, but Bubba was also kind of hard for me to take seriously when he started doing his chainsaw ballet. And he also technically wasn't necessarily the focal point of the movie either. The Sawyer family in its entirety were the killers. with who? With Bubba? Because I am literally talking about the original chainsaw when I bring up his chainsaw ballet. I still need more wires. Bring my Bernie boy into another combat mission. No, I only ever saw the first chainsaw. I totally need to see the others, though, just for the sake of context. But I'm totally talking about the first movie. At the end of it, when he does his little chainsaw ballet, while he's having a little temper tantrum.
They're breaking through here.
Oh shit, it's those guys again. Bro. Watch the movie again. Seriously, he is literally dancing ballet with his chainsaw when he's having his little temper tantrum at the end.
Just a
Okay, fair enough. If you like it, you like it. I personally thought it was just stupidly hilarious. I could have stood to get a few more wires than 15 units. How far off are we? Ugh, we're not even halfway to our goal. I will admit I'm not familiar with Substance, so I can't really weigh in on that one. Mental note of something to check out later, though. Oh, here we go. This is a game mode that this mech specifically excels at.
This one's coming back up. We lost another one.
Great. That was fun.
They're shooting us from all sides.
So yeah, this game mode is one of the two that can happen in combat missions. Like you've seen the standard deathmatch mode to death so far. This one works similarly to it, except the capsules that you collect have to be delivered back to your team's checkpoint. And only then does your team score. And one of the twists on this mode is you can also go to the other team's side and actually steal points that they've collected to bring back to your side. And depending on how well guarded the other team is, when I'm running my Bernie boy here, I sometimes like to just meander on over to their side, steal a point or two, and then book it back to my team's end. Like I'm doing right now. Unfortunately, that guy in the copter that saw me did enough damage that my rocket boosters are not going to work here. Oh my god! Fucking bot. I swear to God, I hate the bots in this game so damn much. They only ever get in my way.
Oh, he's falling apart.
No, like actual in-game bots. You know, filler spots is basically what they are. You don't always get full matches with full human players in them, so the game will generate bots to take up the spots that aren't occupying actual players. And while the bots are useful to an extent, they also have a very bad habit of getting in your way when you need a clear path to travel through. And it really pisses me off. Some people like to dick around in the general chat more than actually play the game. There are also a lot of people that are doing raids or dicking around in the bedlam, which I can absolutely show that after this mission here. Or they're just busying themselves with building something.
Hi, buddy.
Ha! Denied! What cute voice? You couldn't possibly be talking about me, are you? Huzzah! That's a bit more of a payout than the last few missions. Not as much as I would have liked, but it's better. Oh, you were around for when I was doing the clown girl thing? Bruh. Oh, that was... I loved the work that was put into that, but I just wasn't vibing with her. Much to my chagrin. Oh! Okay, from the older videos where I was using the clown. Yeah, okay, alright. Honestly, a small part of me has considered going back to that. If only because it's the only fully functional VTuber model I have. But I also really like presenting myself over VR as well. Like, I don't know, maybe if I can figure out Blender and like make a VR version of myself that goes back to being the clown girl, maybe then, I don't know. But right now, this is me. I should just start poking around at Blender and see what I can do with it. It shouldn't be that hard, right? I could maybe recreate the clown girl in Blender, upload her as a VR avatar.
There's a whole bunch of them here.
Wait a minute. This area looks new. Ooh. Yeah, this is a new area, I think. I've never been here before that I can recall. Well, shit. Honestly, I don't know.
They got one of ours.
I think some people use a combination of the two, actually. Like, they'll, make assets through Blender, and upload them to VTuber Maker so they can just like combine everything together, you know? God, these guys really like going for the legs. God damn.
Great, that was mine. One of ours is hit.
Oh, that's a problem. That is a big problem. Short people always do that in combat. Fair enough. Fair enough, Drew. Fair enough.
Changing the target.
I think I might have to go for it and just try to steal some points from these guys. Here's hoping they are not paying attention. Please don't be paying attention.
He wasn't flying as gone.
Hi! Bye!
They're attacking.
We got him just. Keep it up. Let's get the next one.
Oh, good grief! Well, fuck!
We cut him just fine.
I don't think I'm going to be able to get that objective done unless I do another raid. Alright, okay, fine. We're going to raid. We're going to do a raid. Let's see what's on the table. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Gone in 2 minutes. Gone in 2 minutes. Frontier defense. Actually, this is perfect. I have a mech specifically made for missions like this. I call him the Ferryman. For reasons that should become very apparent once the mission begins. Yeah, occasionally I'll do that. I also generally try to limit my stream time to no more than 4 hours. As I do not have the stamina for day-long streams like some people out there do.
They're already here. Took him down.
Nah. I'm not gonna go that far with it.
Great, that was mine.
You're not wrong, though.
Attaboy.
Hit him while he's down. This one, all right? One enemy down.
Great, that was mine. I wish it could always be like this.
Not gonna need that steering wheel no more.
One of them has no wheels now. I never doubted you. Great.
Oh no! boy, man. Who the fuck's shooting at me? Oh, it's this turret. Okay. Turret dead.
Where was he going, huh? Attaboy. This one was mine. Wait, that was mine.
Oh! What the hell hit me? Good. I didn't even see what hit me. My word.
This one was mine.
Victory! Oh, nice. That also got me a lot of copper. Very nice. Very, very nice. And all my tier objectives are done now. But I still need wires.
the same thing we do every night, Pinky. Cook mess in a lab.
Nice. Very nice. More importantly, though, this feels like a good time to build a new mech. And I know exactly what I want to do. Introduce my darling viewers to the creative process, as it were. So, whole process of building a vehicle in this game. You of course start with a foundation, a frame, and then you want to pick a cabin. For my purposes, we are going to use the call. Can you feel the call? Because I can. That frame we put down is too small, though. Perfect. And since I'm building a mech, I want some legs. Let's see. That's the one I want. So we now effectively have a mech. We can run around with it, and not much else right now. It is literally nothing more than a cockpit on legs. So what we want to do dystrophic chicken. Yeah, I guess maybe a little bit. Just a smidgen. But now we want to start laying out our loadout for the mech. I generally start with putting down a generator here, so the game will indicate for me how much energy I have to work with, which this is very important when building a new machine in this game. The amount of energy your machine has will determine how many weapons and components you can fit onto the mech. Speaking of which, where is it? Where are you? Alright, fuck it. There. We also need this. Which, it doesn't cost anything to add a car jack to a vehicle. And these things are very important to have, especially when you're building a mech. Oh yeah! That's one of the things that I like about how this game works. it's always had the energy cost to things for a fairly decent amount of time. It was done up in such a way where weapons and components were so cheap, you could load a vehicle down with nothing but light machine guns and just tear ass through a battlefield. Not because you had so much armor or whatever, but because you just literally had a battery of 12 machine guns on what was effectively a fucking box on wheels. And there wasn't a whole lot people could really do about that at the time. They've really evened things out as time has gone on. Speaking of evening things out, I also need to put some ammo packs down here for the loadout of the machine. We'll do 2 for now. I'm not sure if I'll be able to effectively fit 2 onto the chassis once everything starts coming together. But I'm going to want to figure out how to get at least 1 on there. And weapons, I want my pythons and now that I've laid those pythons down, you see we've already started spending energy. But we still have more that we can put in, and I have actually been preparing for building this thing for a while now. So I more or less already know what's going to be going into this. I've mathed everything out for the most part. Like I said, for the most part. Now that I have the weapons and everything in place, I know that I'm not going to be able to also add an advanced radar system. So we're also going to need a radio, and at the very least a basic radar dish. And that is the mech's loadout laid out in front of us. Everything that's going to be going into the chassis is right here. Which now leads us to phase 2. Actually building the fucking chassis. Well, I guess this would be phase 3. This was phase 1. Laying all this out was phase 2. Now we're going to build the chassis. And honestly, if I am not able to figure out how to do this as a mech, I could just make it a car. No. I'm going to stick to making this a mech. I want a new mech. This thing is effectively going to have something of a backpack on it. And this is also one of the reasons having the testing field as part of your garage is such a great thing in this game. Because I can literally test drive it right now just to see what my ammunition count is on the guns. Specifically on the minigun that I have mounted on the thing right now, I put it there just to see what the base ammo count is. And 600 shots isn't going to last me terribly long. Slap an ammo pack on there. 1,260 rounds seems a lot more usable for a minigun. Also, yeah, the Bionicle would be an apt comparison with this. Just Legos in general, really. We'll stick that ammo pack down there, and I don't think... Let's see how much this is. Actually, 2 ammo packs isn't that much of a hike in the ammo. Well, sort of, kinda, sort of. Yeah, I think we'll be good with just 1 ammo pack. So we'll lose the second one. And grab our generator. Slap it right here, I think. And all of these right here are structure parts. They are effectively the armor of a vehicle. The more of these you slap onto a machine, the more general hit points it has. And the more you have that's in the way of enemy fire destroying your weapons and components. I put a little metal box down there just to even things out with the radio system that I have applied to this mech. Let me think here. So what I want to do now, I think... After all of the components and whatnot, this thing does not have a lot of tonnage to work with, does it? So I probably don't want to use too heavy of parts. Okay. I think I got something here. Yeah, we'll go with this. Minigun. Is not going to fit. Shit. Okay. We have a bit of a basic frame going now. Not sure I'm a fan of what I'm looking at, though. But we have something. And what we have right now, we can actually take out and do little gunnery tests with. And that's looking good so far. This is actually one of the reasons I wanted this to be a mech, actually. It's like if I go back into the test drive with all of my weapons refreshed and ready to go here.
Yes, more bullets!
Pardon me. But as I was saying, with the turrets here specifically, I put those down, and as a mech, I can just walk over these and not worry about them getting in my way. If I did this as a car, these turrets would absolutely be an impediment to me. But we have a reasonable start going. So, I think what I want to do is see if I can't get away with wedging something in here. It's not great, but I like it better than it was looking before. Okay, and we have that. Oh, I don't know if this is gonna work. Okay. So far, so good. All right. I'm liking the look of this so far. And that's something that's also very, very important to me. Is that my mechs absolutely 100% need to have a somewhat reasonable aesthetic to them. Because I'm sure you noticed in a lot of those missions, people tend to go function over form way, way too much. And I don't much care for the fact that they do that. If I am going to lose in a match, I want to at least look good while I'm losing, you know? That is my mindset in this game. If I'm going to lose anyway, I can at least look cool and still lose. And I try to have my designs reflect that when I'm playing this game. Exactly. Die fashionably. If I'm going to die anyway, I don't want to do so while driving what is effectively a box on wheels. I want my vehicle to actually look like some effort was put into its design. I want people to be able to look at the machine they just blew up and go, that person looked like they actually put some thought into the machine that they built. And then immediately call me a noob for losing, because, you know, that's just how these games are. Oh, okay. Alright, we're looking good on the tonnage. Where are my small pieces? There they are. this is also part of why when I've been asked before what crossout is, my first answer usually is to say to people that it's a creativity toy. Because, I mean, just look at what we're doing right now. If this doesn't count as being a creativity toy, then I don't know what does. Yeah, more or less. Huh. It's also why comparing it to Legos is apt. Because that's also basically what we're doing here. We are effectively playing with Legos right now. Oh shit, but we're nearing our parts limit. That's something else that kind of forces you to think about how you're going to build something, is this right here. There's a limit to how many parts you can put into a machine. We can do 5 more pieces and then that's it. We can't put anything else in. So I need to start thinking about what else is going into this. It also helps that all of these parameters make it to where you can't just throw whatever the fuck into a machine and expect it to work. There's actual weight limits and part allowances and hell, there's even physics to consider with these things. Like this mech right here that I'm building, part of the reason it has the kind of design it does is so there's a relatively even weight distribution on its body. No. Jiggle physics isn't a thing here unless you're sticking balloons on a machine. Which, come to think of it, do I have any balloons? Nope, I don't have any balloons. Or do I? Wait a minute. No, I think I do have balloons. Huh. Okay. I guess I don't have any balloons. I could have sworn I did. Well, whatever. Mm. No. Oh, this thing actually has a decent amount of durability on it. Oh, we are getting scarily close to our tonnage limit, though. You know, I just had an idea. Maybe I can make a car out of this setup. Oop, I did not mean to do that. Because I just remembered amongst the various parts that I have unlocked from the recent Battle Pass, I have some new variable wheels that I can work with. That was the radio. I didn't want to get rid of the radio. So maybe just maybe I can in fact do something with this. First things first. The Oyabun. Very good engine. Costs no energy to implement. And gives me a whole bunch of bonus tonnage to work with. Enough so that I might be able to actually pull off what I'm thinking right now. So the new wheels, that'd be these things right here, widgets. They actually give me some ground clearance that I can work with. Oh, where'd the other widget go? There it is. So, if I hit the grouping that I just put the widgets in, I got a decent amount of vehicular speed. And like I said before, where the turrets are concerned, I deploy them as a car, they become an impediment. But oh yes, it works. It works. I can work with this. This is perfect. Okay. Let's see now. Whoop. And it is showing me approximately where the wheels go when I tuck them in. So, let's see here. Oh shit, where'd my other fender go? Oh, there it is. Good. Good. Oh, we are cooking now, I think. Let's see. Mm-hmm. A little bit curved there, so... Okay. Pardon my lack of chatter, my muse has struck. I feel that I'm cooking with this right now. Let's see. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. What about this? I actually kind of like the look of that a little better. Okay. Mm-hmm. Alright. Oh, this is looking great so far. I am liking how this is coming out. Let's see. Yeah. Good. Ish. Let's do this. Mm-hmm. Okay. Isn't it though? Though right now I'm not actually building a mech, I'm building a car. But the principle still works the same with the mechs too. Okay. Well, I mean, hot take, I guess, but I actually like nuts and bolts. What if I... Okay. I mean, yeah, I can agree with folks that say that if Nuts and Bolts wasn't just a building game that they happened to slap Banjo-Kazooie onto, it would have been a perfectly serviceable title entirely by itself. Just the fact that they made it a Banjo-Kazooie game is basically what people didn't like about it. Can I get away with sticking this down here? Yes, I can. Ooh, baby, we are cooking right now. Ooh! Drew, I do recommend, at least with more old school Nintendo games. Especially if they're coming from the NES era. Those old eras, they came up with some wild ideas back then. N64 was also good. What am I gonna slap on this thing? Do I have any... I have Avia panels for days. I had a feeling... Oh, okay. Oh, that's a problem. Uh-huh, okay. We have more than enough tonnage to get away with doing this, then. Nice. Yeah, okay. No. All right. Okay. Hmm. That'll do, I guess. Whoop. Hmm. No, I'm not feeling that. But I am feeling this. And that... my dear and darling chat, as they say, is that. We now have a fully functional battle car. Diva? What diva? I know not what you speak of. Oh! The car! I have not thought of a name for them yet. I will eventually, though. For now, however, we have enough time left in the stream. We can probably squeeze a couple more rounds in. Let's get this show on the road and see how we did in building this beast.
I'm gonna break you down into parts. Guys, we're losing our pilots.
Well, that guy was really fucking aggressive.
Enemy down.
All things considered, this car is taking a pretty decent beating, I'd say. I think we got something solid here, guys. I don't know that I'm necessarily a fan of the radar dish, though. Could probably do well enough with just a radio system.
I see the enemy.
Great, that was mine. Keep going.
Gun down.
Oh, they don't even have any capsules to steal. What am I doing over here?
This one was mine.
Damn! I almost had it.
That's it. Your fight is over.
You'll pay for everything you've done. That was mine.
shit! Well, I am learning quite thoroughly that melee weapons are viable on mechs. This is good to know.
Let's finish this target.
And it means I have something worth experimenting with later.
Confirmed. The target has been destroyed.
Ow! Bruh.
This one was mine.
What the Cybertruck wishes it was? What?
Wait, that was mine.
Did you see an actual Cybertruck out there somewhere? Or were you talking about my car? Haha! Yeah, it does. Elon can lick me. And not in a way that he'd enjoy either. Eh. That'll do. And I also remembered something else that's very important. Your vehicle's co-driver. Having one adds even more abilities to a vehicle that are very, very useful. Spent so much time making my car, you already beat your Plants vs. Zombies campaign. Nice, nice. Okay. We're technically over time now, but I'm gonna squeeze in a couple more rounds here before I call it for the day. If only because I want those damn wires for the next component of the weapon that I've been building. Ooh! That guy had some nasty grenade launchers on him. I don't want to be here.
This one was mine.
Someone needs their training wheels back.
At least not yet.
Well done. That's right. Wipe the floor with him.
Son of a bitch!
This one was mine.
Spear mechs are apparently becoming a trend now. I'm not gonna lie, that was a pretty well-aimed shot from that guy. Holy shit. That one volley fucked me up good. That's what she said. Yeah, that is what she said. Oh, baby, did he fuck me up good. Almost there. Almost there. Just a few more rounds and we will have everything we need. Oh yeah, that's something else that the testing field has. You can spawn bots to fight. I, of course, didn't mean to spawn those bots at all. But I still fought them.
Enemy detected. Joining the battle.
Oh, I love this map. Specifically because of the waypoint that's right over here. Check this out. I just called down an artillery barrage.
Thank you. Come back anytime, stranger.
No, Drew, thank you for the sub, hun. And this guy right here absolutely had the same
We
idea I
interrupt our
did.
program to bring you this important message.
I have a boner.
Now, back to our show.
Ooh, you better take care of that then. Remember, if it lasts for more than 4 hours, see a doctor. And I just lost my main guns. Well, son of a bitch. They just do not like that I have miniguns mounted on my car. All right, Drew. Fare thee well, and have yourself a delightfully dark day. Almost there. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Oh, well, in that case, have yourself a delightfully dark evening. And also, you know, get good sleep, because you probably should. You know, fair enough.
It's about to get really hot.
Well, son of a bitch! I fucking hate missile boats, I swear. Would have made a joke about that hit taking the load off, but feel like it's beneath me. Well played, Obake. Well played.
Hey, that one was mine.
They're attacking.
Well, we got someone raging on our team. Typical gamer moment right there, everyone. Typical gamer moment. Okay. One more, and we will have everything we need. And then we can call it for the day. I am really liking this car that I slapped together. It's working rather nicely. boom, baby.
We're losing people. No turning back now.
And that right there is why I generally give my mechs a carjack. That dude didn't know what to do with himself when I rammed right into his legs.
They took down one of ours.
Let's walk for them.
Where was he going, huh? I wish it could always be like this.
Bada boom, baby! And that gave me more than enough. We are golden, my friends. And here we go. We have now begun building the next component needed for creating an aurora. Or not an aurora, a spark. We're building an aurora. Point is, our goal has been achieved, and we are almost 30 minutes over time. So it is now the point where I must call it. So I'm calling it. So as always, my darling dears, thank you for joining me today. And for those that might be new here, seeing things on the VODs perhaps, and have liked what you've seen and would like to see more of moi, you can also find me over on YouTube as well as my socials on Twitter's, Threads, Blue Sky, and Discord, the latter of which I thoroughly encourage anyone to join and be a part of. And until the next time, my dears, have yourselves a delightfully dark day.